Okay, let's see, where am I, where am I, where am I? Here. There you go. Amazing. Yeah. So, hello, hello. I am a bit early, about 10 minutes before scheduled time. But I'm kind of ready. So, welcome to Pia's Creative Corner. My name is Pia, and today we're gonna do lots and lots of diamond painting. This is a picture I just started yesterday, and I'm for sure gonna work a lot more on it today. I have a couple of things I have to remember. I will try and remember to tell you about. Uh, I discovered a couple of things today, and I just want to mention it so there shouldn't be any issues in the future. Let's see. Okay. Da, 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 poo. It's hot today. No, hot, hot. Um, Maybe because I'm also maybe having hot flash. I am unfortunately that age, so I do get a overheat sometimes, and but on top of that, we are beginning to get a bit of more spring temperatures here in Denmark, and our home is still kind of on a winter. Uh, hey, Ula, welcome. Hey, Stila, welcome. Both of you. So, now both my mods are here, then I can keep going. Uh, then it's perfect. I don't have to wait for anyone else. Just my mods are here, then I am all perfect and set to go. Oh, let's see. So, what a day, what a day. Let's see. Yeah, as I said, I am going to work on this. I started yesterday. Just to, I don't know, I can't just place this somewhere. It's kind of big. I wanted to place the big picture, or the final picture place. Let's see, can I do it like this? So far anyway, so you can still see it a bit. It's just gonna be for a while because I am gonna move the camera a bit closer. I think. Oh, I need a tray. I need a tray. So, ladies, how are you today? How are you doing? All is good. Today is official my last holiday day, and I have have been celebrating it by getting my feet done and my nails done on my toenails, and it feels to me like I'm walking on clouds. I have a very sweet lady that does my feet, and she's amazing. So we had a good of a chat, and she wasn't too hard on me. Sometimes when I go from her, I leave her. My feet are bleeding, but no, not my feet, but my toenails are. Doing good. Just finished stuffing my face. Oh yeah. Well, we need food, right? So, um, and I need to remember to read the chat. So if you kind of think, it's a give and take. I can read the chat myself, but because I don't have the chat on my overlay, when I do the export of hey, Ike from North, welcome. Thanks for stopping by and welcome back. Good to see you. So it's just that I think sometimes I feel a bit silly reading the chat. But I just realized today when I was kind of watching and going over my YouTube channel that the VODs, when I export them, they don't export the chat. So, because the chat is not on the overlay. So it's a bit of a drag. But so that's why I'm kind of trying to read as much from the chat as possible. And I will try and be a bit more careful on reading who is saying what. If we have, a bit of a someone is answering my question or ask a question. So it's just to let you know if you kind of wonder why my way of answering and reading chat does change a bit, because I just got aware of that today. So when watching the VODs I put up late just recently, it's kind of more like me answering something that no one knows what I'm answering. So, so I hope it gets a bit more clear as I get better at it. It is a bit of me just changing habits and the way I do things, I think. So, with that being said, today was my last day, my last holiday, and after I got my feet done, I had a date with my husband today, so we went out and had a bit of something to eat, and I got around to buy some snacks and Cheetos for my dog. Hey, Gina, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you back. Um, so and do a bit of shopping. So just some small things, and while we were doing all this, actually, the answer from my husband's former employer came on the letter the union sent to them, and that was not good. They didn't they don't agree in uh, what he opposed against. So they have to do a new meeting, him and the legal representative from the union next week. So it's gonna be a long one, this one. But my feeling is like he will during the month of March he will get a new job. I think when I am streaming next Friday, I will have a lot more news about how he's doing. He's not doing good today, not good at all. He does take it a bit too hard when things go that way. And the letter, the answer was from the manager of the HR, who is talking about things she doesn't know anything about. And as I said, that she's not a nice person either, and she is. But on the other hand, I'm like, what else could she say? If they don't want to agree in it, what else can she say? I mean, she has to kind of try and defend it, but she's not a nice person, and they do have some history. Him and her, no, in in all professional ways. So it's like he does really not like her, and the fact that it was her that answered, and it really feels to me the image they give, like it was other managers that were doing the firing thing, and the person that which was the everyday leader or the everyday manager. My husband was having it was him the letter was addressed to, but it was the HR manager who answered. So it's like it's just a person that has actually, it's only on paper she has something to do with it, and I would say it would have been a much better, it would seem much better and more logical if it had been one of either the two of them, the manager who was on the at the meeting, who did the answer of that letter in that level. Oh man, really sucks for him. Yeah, he was not. He was not in a good mood, and I get it. And I said I do get it. I just hope, because he got mad and he got sad and he got all the feelings, and I was like, I do get it. I just hope that you try and utilize all that anger you get to something, constructive, and just be like, they're not gonna get me. So, but they're not gonna lay flat down, and in a way I did expect it, and in a way I did hope they would, just to, you know not go that way. And but I think they kind of do it because they think that he's not gonna pursue it further, in the hope he won't pursue it further. So I said to him, because I've been thinking a bit about it, and I was like, I think you should talk to your former colleagues and say, well, I think you should go to um, your representative, uh, the ones that they have a spokesperson, um, that speaks on behalf of the employees, and is educated by the union. And I think they should go and talk to him and say, well, we can't work like this, because everyone is scared that they do something wrong, and that the next thing they will get is gonna get fired and shown the door, the same way as my husband. So they need some guidelines, and I think that would be totally logical to have it that way. And um and especially now, when they kind of just keep, you know persisting that they are in the right. I think it's very important that all the others that do work for the company still, that they get to know that, well, the company is, they are really keeping on that they are in the right. And so if you're still working there, you just know that they haven't changed their mind, and what I did was wrong, apparently. And if you are still doing what we all have been doing for the past 4 years, you need to change the way, and you need to ask for guidelines to how to react then. Stila, I had a job. I went through issues of mistreatment. It's hard, but in the long run, he's meant to move to another opportunity. I eventually saw that for myself. Yeah, I mean, he's been on that path for a while, but I think he hadn't he didn't take it when it was offered to him in the month of December last year, because the money was not really, it was a big loop, he thought, and a jump from one salary to the other in going down. And um and I think in a way he felt like he couldn't just leave the guys, because they did have a lot of unfinished tasks they had at that point. They have even more now. So he was like, I think he felt, a bit obligated to stay, um, So so I think that's why he didn't just jump in, because he was actually offered a job last December and he should just have said yes, you know. But hope he hasn't he hasn't closed that door completely, and he is going to talk to that lady again Monday. And if I know that world right, she already know she's expecting him, probably expecting him to call her. And it hasn't been, that position has been occupied, so they are still waiting for someone to take that seat. um, so it could definitely be an opportunity for him, and I think that the thing is that the whole, the what he has been working with for the past 7 years is actually being, um, the big customer he's working for, which is, the railroads in Denmark. They are, instead of they are outsourcing, they are taking it in house, probably. So the big gossip on the pipelines are that they are, hey Bench, are you not supposed to be on a date night, sweetheart? So they're not gonna, um, re resign the contract for next year. The thing is, usually they sign a contract. I think it's for 5 year, and then they can re-sign it for 3 years. But they're not gonna re-sign it. They're most likely they're just gonna take it in house, and that could be a golden opportunity. So there are different ways he can walk and go and say, well, we the thing is that he's kind of in an he's kind he is he's you say he's free now to take a job, but the job for him probably won't be there for until next year. So but I think that next week will show out what, well, we will be much wiser which way he's gonna go. So, and that's just something he had to, keep in mind, that it's not all is not closed and done. Um, I think just he feels so betrayed by his former workplace, and that's a process he has to go through. Still, oh yeah, I get that too. Yeah, so that has a lot to do. Binge. I'm allowed to paint until 8:30. Yeah, well, I am so honored you will be with us in that time, so you can diamond paint with me while I stream. That is so nice. So, and that is a bit of the best for both worlds. So you can both do the diamond painting, have a chat with us, and then do the date night later. That is perfect. Perfect compromise, Bint. Perfect compromise. So, and we did have a bit of a late lunch today. So I actually haven't had any dinner because I'm still full. I'm really not up for any dinner. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna get ready. I had a nap. We saw one of our one crime series we are watching, me and my hubby, and then I was like, oh, I can. When I was just like, okay, I think I'm just gonna go get ready and do the setup and all that, and just move on. Hey, Peekaboo, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. Welcome back. How are you today? So good to see you here. How are you all guys doing? Anyone doing any exciting things? Crafting some new things and finishing some old things? Just restarting some old projects, maybe? Who knows? I am trying to take Steeler Chicky's advice about my crochet project and just, I really took it, I've taken really the pace down and try and be focused and, you know, because it is the beginning and the end, I really need to be paying attention and what do I start the right way and do I end the right way? And I kind of think I'm there. About to finish my own diamond painting with ooh, nice. So so because of all that and I was like I'm just gonna I didn't have plan originally I didn't have plans to go and have lunch with my hubby today and so but I did take that decision in the morning. I was like I think we're gonna do that and then all the recording and all that that's just gonna be another day. It's not gonna be today. um Sometimes other things are more important. So and I'm really trying to remember that this is a hobby and it's not a race and um that the time I use on it, for instance, a picture, I don't have a really deadline. I can do this for the next 2 years, for instance, this picture. I mean, there's no one that's gonna come and tell me that if I'm not finishing, I'm not getting paid or anything. So and it's not it is for me. It's not a gift, so I don't have a deadline per se. Um, Pick up you. Where do you buy your diamond paintings from? I've been told that the AC is worth the price, but I'm not sure. I'm ready to spend that kind of money. I would say it this way: 90% of nine, yeah, 95% of my stash is DAC. The rest is Oraloa. And then I have overall, I've been buying pictures from Diamond Art Club, from Oraloa, which is this one is from Oraloa, and I've been buying diamond paintings from Unimade. I can absolutely recommend that. They have an amazing quality too. I have been buying diamond painting from Dreamer Design. I unfortunately can't. I'm not gonna recommend per se because I haven't had the best experience, but maybe that can be due to I've been buying some of the older ones. So they perhaps I hope are better. I've heard that they are better today. So but that could also be a choice. I have been buying diamond paintings from Enablers Outpost. Um, that's also good quality. But overall, I would say Diamond Art Club to me they are the number one. They have the best quality, and then the rest of them are just in no specific order underneath. Orloa has a really good quality too, and to me they are price range they might be a bit cheaper with some of their pictures than DAC. So yeah, just to answer your question, DAC is worth the price. They are and on top of that, I usually say when it comes to Diamond Art Club, the reason why I buy pictures from Diamond Art Club is I know that I get what quality I get. I can count on that the quality I get is what I expect to be. Sometimes even better. But I know there's a kind of a lower limit that is still better than a lot of other places. That's my experience with them, and they have a really good and professional custom service. So if you have any questions and if you have any complaints, they will try and help you. They might not be able to always help you, but they will try and do their best. And so if there's something wrong with your canvas or with the print or with whatnot that can be, they will either give you a new one, or they can send you a new kit, or they can refund you, or you can get a gift card to buy a new one. So they're really trying to help you, and you don't have to. The few times I've tried to not have enough drills, it has been a no-brainer. That I don't have to kind of fight for my right to get drills. They're just mailing them. And one of the times they said, well, if you're just about to place an order, just write to us, and we can put the drills in that package. So I would say that if you buy from DAC, that is to me the best guarantee you can get to get drills with a decent in a good quality, and they have a good sparkle. The facets, I think there are 21 facets. Yeah, go with what is right for you. Yeah, yeah, Bench. I am. It's just sometimes, Bench. I get so passionate about what I do. I kind of forget that it's not. You're most welcome, Pick Up You. Anytime you have a question, just ask. I'm trying to do my best to answer it. Anytime. Um, I just kind of forget that I am. It's just a hobby, because I get a bit passionate about it, and I wanna do the best I can, and I have this fear, and I think a lot of streamers might have that when it comes to it, that it's not going to be boring. People are here to be entertained in a way. That's what I have in the back of my mind. But I also know that people do, they do come here to chat with me, and most of them probably do craft themselves while I chat in the in their ears. So and then they just enjoy whenever I put something new on the table. So yeah, I know that, but it's a mindset. I just need to remember I don't have to push myself, to do it as quick as possible. Oh yeah, the joy of old sticky mats. Come on, I think I'm gonna do this in another way. Anyway, come on, we're gonna move this away, and I'm gonna do this instead of this. Is much better. So and I just have to remember, and remind myself about this, that it's not a race for me. I don't have to finish things within a time limit. um I have no obligation, when it comes to the companies that I bought these pictures from. Everything here is something I bought. So I was talking with my sweet lady who's doing my feed, and she was like, "Oh, what are you doing on YouTube?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm doing this and this." And she said, "Oh, but do you earn money?" Then I said, "No, I don't earn any money, because I can't, and because of the special work contract I have." So, and she was like, "Oh yeah," and I said, "In a way, it is in a way better, because I'm not. I can buy and show whatever brand I want, and if I'm talking really warm about a brand, for instance, Oraloa is a really good shop. It has cross stitch, it has diamond painting, they have puzzles, I think they have a dot coloring too, and they're really a variety when it comes to crafting things. They have different accessories too. And they are in their process of growing. And they have actually at Oraloa you can buy drills for themselves, and I bought some AB drills and some crystals there, and they have absolutely perfect, good quality in those. So that's a really good shop too. But I don't owe anything to Oraloa. It's not like I have to talk nice about them. I talk nice about them because I think they're nice and because I think they're good. If there's something I bought from a place where I don't really like it, either because I don't like the way, either the price is not good enough or it's too expensive, or most I would say that can make me not like a company is if it's poor quality what I get, or if the custom service is bad. Then I'm like, I'm not gonna buy that again. And I have been with that. And when that happens, I am more likely just to not talk about it, and just show what. For instance, I have bought some trays that I'm not using anymore. But I do mention or show them when I show, for instance, different types of trays. But I also say that I don't mention the brand's name. I just show this is how a tray can look, for instance. So so that's more how I go around if I'm not liking a company. It doesn't happen that often. Um, so mm. Yeah, so if you are new to diamond painting and just stopping by and watching this and are wondering what is it she has on top of her canvas on here, it is a metal ruler or mesh ruler. Um, and what it does is it's really simple. The function is really no brainer because all it does is it's kind of a metal ruler that has a mesh, and the holes just help you keep the drills um, in line. So you will get drills that will be completely identical in how they are put on the canvas. You can put them very nicely yourself, but you will never be able to do it as a ruler can do it, because the ruler is when it comes to everything, it's like the ruler is it's a fixed medium. So whenever I press a drill down these holes, they're not going to move anywhere. Is it something I would recommend a new diamond painter? No. It's not. I think the best thing you can do as a new diamond painter is just to do some diamond painting, to be honest. Um, and just get it under your skin. Like when you start crocheting or knitting, you won't start with, the most difficult pattern or the biggest project. You will start a bit smaller project and easier patterns, and it's the same way. This is, I would say, it's not something it's not like it's very very difficult to use it. It's just that it does take a bit of a patience work just to place the ruler, and it doesn't fit everything, all canvases, all prints. So what I do, this is for round drills. So every time I do pick a canvas that is for round drills, I'm gonna try and put the mesh ruler on. So if it fits, I'm using it. If it not, I'm not. Um, and it's more a thing for me. I mean, no one is gonna go up to my paintings I have hanging around the house and be like, oh, I can see you didn't use a mesh ruler on this one. Yeah, yeah, I can see that. No one is, because they don't know. If you're not a diamond painter, you will not notice, and maybe you know, even though you're a diamond painter, still won't notice. So it's a lot to do with me, and this is more so that it's not that that I don't think you should use money on it. It's just not the first thing you should use money on. It is more for me. It's more like my brain does is really happy now. When I look on the lines on up here, my brain is just arms over the head. The way it's like, yay, they look so nice, and that is kind of what what the mesh ruler does for me. It satisfies that part of my brain. The rest of my body and my brain is like, yeah, yeah, whatever. If it makes you happy, it does make me happy. A part of my brain are really happy. So the rest of it's like, yeah, 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 whatever. So and I would actually say that if you're like what to do when you have tried to do your first diamond painting, and you're like, what is the next step? Yeah, the next step could be going larger, or just try larger projects. When it comes to tools, I would say just pay attention to how many hours do you use on this. How many do you sit for more than an hour when you diamond paint? Well, yeah, then you should maybe consider. Am I sitting right at the table? Do I have a good? Is the chair I'm sitting using good enough? Um, do I need a light pad to ease up for my eyes, so I'm not like squeezing the eyes because my eyes get tired after a while, and all that kind of things. Um, the reason why I use these kind of pens, these ones, are because they do, instead of for instance, this is one of the latest I bought before I start buying the custom made, and it's still an amazing pen, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's just a tad too thin for me, um, and I really like that these kind of fills the whole of my hand. So like when I use the thin pens and with in a kit, I used that for the longest time in the beginning. Then was like, it really, my hands hurts, because I'm sitting like 2 or 3 hours in the beginning with the pictures, and I was like, this is not good. I have to find another solution, and I tried to do something with the thin ones just until I got something I bought from Amazon. So I bought a lot of pen, a lot, but I bought. I think it was. I ended up buying. I think I have 7 or 8 pens from Amazon, different kinds, and some of them broken. So, but then one day I saw a video from Damison Washi, and she had made a buy from Norse Alchemist, which is the one that makes these pens. And I was like, and when she said, "Oh, and yeah, and they're from Denmark," I'm like, "Oh, from Denmark." So I was like, I need to check that out. So I did, and I had a good chat with Jonas, who is the one who is making the pens, and this is one of the first one I bought from him, and it is one of my favorite pens because it's a hybrid. So it has wood in the end of the pen, and the resin in the middle, and it just, to me, the wood gives it's a bit lighter than this one, but it's not much, it's just a bit. I think I had, and Bench just bought a pen from him, and as he said, they are very well balanced, his pens. So even though this could be a heavy pen because there's a lot of resin in, you don't, it doesn't feel like that because it's very well balanced in how he turns them. Yeah, which I love it. So so the quality is very very high, I think, in these pens, but it is a custom made pen, and they're very unique. I mean, there's only one that is looking like this. There can be similar ones because the blanks he makes, I think he makes four of each, three or four of each, in similar with the same in them, but they will still be different, both because they are made different, but also because it's not, because it's handmade, and the blanks he makes them himself, the blanks, so they're also different, so it will be still be a very unique pen. And yeah, it is an expensive pen, it is, it's not a cheap pen. Ola says yes, he's making some super nice pens. uh she ordered, she just ordered some from, yeah, from him. Yeah, I saw, yeah, yeah. And I really, I mean, it is one of the few shops that actually are situated in Denmark. So for once, it's not costing me a whole house to buy something, because usually I would be buying from the States, because most of the trays and stuff like that are made there, and the good stuff are made in the States, and it costs a fortune for me in shipping and import tax and stuff like that. But so I'm like, oh, for once I can get this to a cheaper price, and he does pay the shipping, I think, if you are in living in Denmark, and actually he's living not far from me, so I haven't, but my husband just drove by him, because it's in the same city as where we do our grocery shopping. So one of them, he just stopped by and picked up, because I already paid for it. So he was just gonna pick it up. So and I'm just like, yeah, for once, for once I'm not paying import tax and whatnot. So it's when he has a sale, I usually will buy two or three pens from him. If I have the money, I'm for sure gonna buy it. So whenever all this with my husband is getting sorted out, and we are like back to some kind of normal finance situation at home, I'm gonna buy some new pens for sure. Ula says sometimes we're also allowed to be lucky. Yeah, for sure. Ula, we are allowed to be lucky. Sometimes we need to be there too. Yeah, for sure. Mm. So, and if you're new to diamond painting and you kind of, okay, so now I made my first one and I want to make more. What are this with all the, I can see you with all these extra places here. I have seen them in the kits I'm buying, and what how do you use them? Um, I know if you ask a, I think a lot will tell you it's hard to work with multiple places. I will say it's a matter of practice. Um, it's not for, a lot of people are not using multi places, or are only using the placer that has, you can place four or so, four or five. Um, and I did for the longest time. I used the one. in plastic that I think it's four you can place with it. Um, and then I was like, this is going too slow. I need something wider. Um, and I got the ones that could place 7 and 10. And I used those for the, and they were, I just got them in the kits I was buying. So it's like I just saved them for later use. I have a lot of them still plastic, hidden away in a bag, but I'm probably gonna donate them at one point or the other because I'm not using the plastic ones anymore. I use the metal ones, and for me, the reason why I changed to metal multi-placers and single placers, this is a multi-placer, this is a single placer, um, is because the single placer was really just a matter of wanted to try something else. But the multi-placer was because I broke them. After I've worked with them for a while, I would say, not like a month, but maybe for after one big picture, I think, or so, I would have kind of worn it so much, and it would just break, and I'm like, this is not good. We can't go with that one. So I was looking on the market for multi places in metal, and when I did it, there wasn't one that many to buy from. I bought my first ones from Amazon, and I was really disappointed because they were like the thick plastic places, um, and I was like, I can't, but I could, and I was, because I'm a bit stubborn. So I was like, no, no, I paid for this now. I really wanted to work, so I did. I just figured out that I just needed to angle it in a bit certain way and stuff like that, and it would work. Um, I think the best way you can start trying the multi places is to use a 3, 4, or 5 placer, because they're not that long, so it won't be that long of a span you have. If you're working with a 10 placer, the the span from one to another end is a bit longer, and it can tend to wiggle waggle a bit more with the drills. Whereas when you work with the short ones, they're kind of more, you know there's not that wiggle waggle room. um So the next thing is to get a tray where the drills will kind of place themselves in those lines. That these lines, like here you see, are very essential, because if they are placed good here, so they lies in the lines, the drills, um, then from there on it's actually a no brainer. So what I do is I take my multiplier, I pick up how many I need to. It could be 4, it could be 5. Then now I'm over exaggerating this a bit. So I angle it a bit, and I shove it up against here where I pick it from, just ever so slightly. So when I lift off the drills, can we get it in a focus so we can see it? Yeah, they will be, in a line. And then from there on, I just need to find a way. But I'm just gonna now have in mind I'm placing this in a ruler, so it does look a bit different. But so I will be placing them in the holes, but the motion is the same. If I was placing them just on a canvas without a ruler, I would just be doing the same motion and placing them on the guide circles or within the squares if it's a square one. So it's not, in that sense, it isn't that much of a deal. Let's see if I can angle the camera a bit. I'm gonna take 4 new ones. So, and then I place. So I try and be very attentive about where I place them, but I still place them kind of on top of the on the canvas. And here I will just be pressing it a bit down. I'm working a bit harder on pressing when I'm working with a ruler, because I need to be sure they're going through the holes. If it's on a non-ruler canvas, I would just be, I would actually place them very lightly, or very light and not hard on the canvas. And then it would be more of a if I do that very light, I can't after correct it better. They will still be there, but if I do have a bit of they get a bit crooked or not on spot, I can better use, for instance, a tool like this to just shove the drills just ever so slight. It's a bit easier. You can still do it even though you press hard, but it's a bit harder to do it. So, okay, let's see. I hope that makes sense. And whenever you have that whenever that's like sitting the right way for you, the rest is actually just practice. I have been multi-placing since I did my first Amazon kit with a black background. It's like I need to learn how to multi-place. Otherwise, are you streaming on Saturday? No, Saturday I am having my day off. So because I've been out with the horses and all that. But Sunday I stream. Sunday I stream from 3 p.m. So are you streaming Saturday, Bench? Yeah, I will be. Okay, cool. Well, I will probably stop by. If I'm not sleeping, I will be stopping by. It's hard being out with the horses. I'm just saying. But if I'm awake in any capacity, I will be stopping by. Although I may be doing a midnight bench. Ooh, what does that mean, bench bar? Tonight, and if that is, I won't be. Oh, that way. Tonight, if that is, I won't be Saturday. Binge after dark. That sounds a bit sassy. So about like 11 p.m. Oh, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna do some gaming or what? Now I'm curious. I got questions. Questions lining up. I want to do more of this so I can start my new painting next week. Oh, that way. Okay. I know that feeling, Bench. I know that feeling. That is why I sometimes when I know to get to a certain point, when I'm a bit over halfway, I usually, when it comes to the big ones, I will usually be like, okay, now I'm just doing this big one to finish it, and then I can look on the smaller ones afterwards. So, but here in the beginning, I'm doing more like both. So whenever I'm not streaming, I'm working on the big one, and when I'm streaming, I'm working on the small one. So what is your, oh, is it one of your landscapes you want to start on next week? Maybe the new landscape. Yeah, Providence by the Sea by Chuck Pinson. I thought it was one of those. Although I'm thinking of getting some painting later tonight, as hubby got paid and said treat myself. Ooh, binge. Oh, yeah. What would it be if you were gonna treat yourself with a painting? Which one on your wish list would it be? I was kind of laughing at myself with this latest, with least released last mountain landscape. Eau Claire Studio is calling my name at the moment. Oh, but that's a beautiful one too. Actually, it was one I was thinking of getting. To be honest, it I think actually I did put it on my wish list. Sorry, I'm still Steeler. Sorry, I'm still here. Got distracted checking out new frames for glasses. It's time for new prescription. So you did. So you weren't yarn shopping? What the hell, Steeler? Well, that is not an excuse for not being attentive, Steeler. Finding new glasses, frames for glasses. That is not. If you had said you were yarn shopping, I would be, oh, okay, that's no problem. Of course, yarn is important. But frames for glasses, that is not a good excuse. No, it's okay. I hope you find some good ones. I'm gonna get my eyes checked next Friday. I know it's been too long. Jan has to take a back seat. What the hell? I'm getting my eyes checked next Friday, and I'm probably gonna get. I don't know if I'm gonna, because at the moment I am paying for contact lenses. I'm not using, because I can't see properly with them. So, and my site has changed a lot, and I'm actually only using um, prescription glasses for when I'm gonna see far away. Uh, when I'm working with diamond painting, I can use cheap reading glasses I can buy everywhere. Um, so and whenever I use my phone, just in in general, I don't use glasses for that. I got to make an appointment to yeah. I don't want to pay too expensive price. Damn bad eyes. Yeah, it's not. It's not good. It's not good. I am fortunate in that way that I don't have that bad eyes, and I had never have had that bad eyes. I've always been able to see without glasses. When it was on the worst for me, it was more like it was a bit blurry to see the signs on the road. So if I know where I'm going, it's like I can drive wherever if I know where I'm going. Um, I'm going to Piers. I'm going to tell you off. What the hell? You know what Binge used to do before hubby wanted me to stay at home and be a desperate house husband? No. What did you do? They always are shocked and tell me, you know, your prescription is high, so that's going to be pricey. Yeah, you know, it cost a fortune when I went from um, ordinary classes to have to I'm a petition. Oh God, bench. Shoot. Then don't listen to what I say. I am going to visit my optician next Friday, okay? And get my lenses checked. Um, so I'm probably just gonna get some glasses, I think. I'm like, I know I've been wearing glasses since I was 9 months old. I think by now I know the drill. No, I think myself as a fortunate one because for me, I didn't start wearing glasses until I started business school when I was 19. My mom always said to me, put the lights on when you're reading. Cheaper lenses from drugstore are big problem for reading. Oh, they are. Why? I mean, do is it because they do tend to get your eyes bad because they get used to a certain distance or what? You have to explain. Ula, I can't be without my glasses because I can't see that much without them. Yeah. So actually, I got glasses when I was 19, and it was more because due to some pains I had in my eyes, and I was like, okay, I think I need glasses. My mom always said, switch the light on, because I was reading a lot from I was like 7, 8 or something. I was a really early reader, and I learned to read really fast because I was really curious as a child. So it was really came natural for me. So I would always be like have a nose in the book. Let me put it like this. It's the same for Steela. She can't see anything without her glasses. my reading, my writing instructor is the same way. She can't see anything without her eyes. It's like she has her glasses just next to her when she wakes up because otherwise she can't see anything. Yeah, I'm curious too. Told hubby he needs to trash the Walmart glasses and get a prescription. I have both. I actually have both. It's just that I don't have any of the prescription to that actually does the same for me as the cheap ones. So that's why I use them when I do work with my diamond painting, for instance. Um, so I should get prescription for my for the things I have very close, and prescriptions for, because I am in between. That's my age. So it's like it's not enough, because the distance when I do my crafting is different than, for instance, when I read on my phone. Because when I look at my phone, I have no problem. I can see clearly, and I can actually see somewhat clear. But with the glasses, it's like my eyes are not that strained. I don't have to strain that much. Lenses are like medication from a drugstore. What you are sort of doing is taking way too much medication. Is taking way too much medication for the problem, and in time your eyes have an overdose, and in time they deteriorate way much faster. Even worse if you have optical astigmatism or have a family history of diabetes. I don't know if I have either of the latter two, as I don't know my gene pool. But is it as, it's not like I'm trying to justify what I'm doing, but I think if I was only wearing those glasses, it would be more a problem. Um, like what you say, binge. Um, but as I'm only using them when I'm sitting doing diamond painting, for instance, or when I'm knitting, I kind of think I'm okay. I worry the reading glasses are actually not a good prescription. Really, he's just guessing when he picks up out a pair. Also, I can tell hobby I was right then. Yeah. Well, to be honest, because my husband is like me, we are in like in between. So, and that means that you either should get a pair where you have uh, both, both for a long side and near side. But if but it's not always you can get for all the distance. That's what they told me. So you can get the lens. I have contact lenses that helps me see my far side, but it doesn't. I can't see anything when it gets too close. So I need glasses for that. And for that point, I'm just using cheap glasses. And I said you can just buy. You can just use the cheap glasses for whenever you're reading close things you can't see, or you whenever you're gonna read things you can't see with your lenses on. Also, when you get new glasses, we take measurements and ensure your eyes are sat in the frame so you use the right part of the lenses. Yeah, I know that. Because they do that by, they're always, when you get new glasses, they're always drawing on them. They do it when we get them anyway. So I think, Benj, not to dispute your knowledge, because I think you're absolutely right. I trust you. Yeah, I get it, but it's just my optician has said it was okay for me to use the cheap ones. Um, with, because my lenses is like my contact lenses is made for, so that I can see the far side. I can see, for instance, I can watch telly, but I can't see the near side. For that, I need glasses, and for that part of it, she was like, yeah, but you can just use cheap, where cheap ones buy. and my hubby got the same message. Because I need, actually, I need either glasses for seeing television, and then I need a pair of glasses to see when I do cross stitch or I do diamond painting. So, but I don't need a pair, and I think it has something to do with how long I watch the near ones, because when I'm looking at my phone, for instance, I have no problem. I can see, but I think it sometimes I think my eyes just get tired, and I kind of just can, what do you see, when I have my lenses in, I'm like, when I take my glasses off and take my lenses out, when my eyes get tired, and then I can still see, for instance, because my sight is not that bad, but I do get why you can make it worse by using wrong wrong glasses or wrong. So absolutely, I mean, and that's why I'm going to see the optician on Friday, because my sight has changed a lot over the past 2 years. Well, promise me, if you are going to do that, make sure you use the prescription from your eye specialist. Don't ever go above that, as it's a downhill road to further eye issues. Yeah. I think that for the most part, I'm doing what my optician is telling me to. But yeah, I need new glasses anyway. But the thing is that I think because I remember when I got my first glasses, the one I talked to back then, and this is back when I was 19, so this is back in uh, 1989 or something like that, and he said, because I was like, I was never had to wear glasses before, so why do I suddenly need glasses? I thought at that point it was something I was born to, because my hey Gina, I hope you had a good lunch. Welcome back. And I was like, I thought at that point it was something that you were born with it, because my mom had glasses all her life, and my dad had glasses all her life. So I was like, I thought it was something that was in the gene pool. But he said that I could actually, if he was kind of saying what my mom had said all my childhood was, if you are not sitting in the right environment with the right kind of light, you will over your eyes will get overworked, and you will actually force your sight to be weak, and therefore you can kind of get therefore you have to have reading glasses by now. I have tried them. Yeah, I have tried them, binge. The very focal lenses. Yeah, I have tried them, but I can't use them. I am very sensitive when it comes to lenses. I have contact lenses. I have 1 day lenses, so I only use them for about 4 hours, 4 or 5 hours, and I have to let go of them, because my eyes get too dry and annoyed by having contact lenses. So the reason why I and it's just something that got worse by age. in the beginning when I got contact lenses, and the reason why I got it in the beginning was because I was very active doing a lot of sports, and it was very annoying for me to wear glasses. Put this way, everyone tends to need glasses for close work, reading prescriptions past 40. Yeah, and when you past 50. Oh yeah, it was so funny because I don't look like someone who is past 50. So when last time when I was there, he looked at my birth date, and he was looking at me. He was like, but you are in the age where your sight is changing. Yeah, I know that. I know that. Um, so yeah, Friday I will get. I think I'm gonna get some, and I'll probably get some new contact lenses. Because it has changed a lot my eyesight. To the better, I would actually say, because I don't need glasses as much as I has been using them. I had one point I was using glasses all the time, or contact lenses, every day, all day, and now I'm only using them sometimes. So, and actually, it's more when I'm out and about. I use them when I ride. I tend to wear contact lenses when I ride, because I don't need to look at anything close. I more need to look something far away or in a bit of a distance. So and then for when I'm driving and all that. So and I do get a bit, sweaty and all that when I ride the horse. So it's just not to have glasses on when I do that, because then I get annoyed and unfocused. The eye is an organ and it deteriorates. We need them. Mom always said, Benj, get a job or have a profession where people will always need you. Yeah, so now you're a stay at home dad instead of a stay at home husband. Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. Oh, I need to get a new appointment. I have been followed by an eye specialist for a couple of years, and I need to get the final tests so I can get that closed, because there's nothing wrong with my eyes. It was because at one point, they thought I had like a higher pressure in my eye. So they were referred me to one of our eye specialists, and I have been followed by them also because I don't know my gene pool. So it's just to be sure that nothing was. It's been a change of pace. Yeah, it must been. Then my hubby said, "Stay at home and look after the dog and do the weekly shop." Yeah. So I guess it's a gold digger life for me. Kidding. Well, to me, it sounds like you found the best way. I mean, if that's make you happy, you, I mean, then you should do it. You know, if it doesn't make you happy, don't do it. You know what I mean? So, because I don't think it's for everyone to be a stay-at-home husband or wife or uh, mom or dad, but it is for some. Um, I think it sounds to me, Bench, like you have the best from both worlds. And my thoughts were, I had an intention going on this one winter holiday, and that was that I wanted to keep out an hour out for when you, excuse me, you were online binge, just because I wanted us to have a chat about how to work some of my different things with my overlay alarms and all that. But I must just say that life wanted it differently. I will get back to you whenever I had, you know, the mental capacity and resources for it. He works from home 4 days a week and wants company, so it's not that bad. No, I really think no pressure, always here lovely, yeah. And yeah, I know binge. I am going to, whenever I can, I will really, because I have different wishes. I want to do better on the stream with alerts and stuff like that, but I have a bit of thing I think that might not make it possible anyway, and I could, as long as my computer is as it is, I kind of think that I might just keep it the way it is now, the stream, because the stream is actually running smoothly. I have no problems or anything with it. So, but I really wanted to have, some, have the shout outs and all that kind of alerts come on, and be able to make a scene, so I could go on the Discord, and we could have a WIP parade or things like that. And some of the small adjustments we were talking about on the current overlay. I'm getting back to you at one point when I just get the mental resources. At the moment, I'm very focused on my husband and all that's going on with him. So when he's in a job again, I think I'm gonna try and return back and go over what I want and what with my stream and all that. For the moment, I'm just gonna leave it here and be like, it runs smoothly. I have no downtime. The sound is working, everything is working. So we're just taking it easy, and the rest will follow. Um, Most people that has seen the old streams and are seeing the new ones now are really liking my overlay. So I'm gonna keep that, and then I think when we get closer to summer, I'm gonna find another one that is more, that's a bit like the one I have now, but more like summer colors themed. So, and hopefully when we reach summer, I will have a new computer. That is kind of my hope. As I'm not buying a new dog this year anyway, unfortunately. Was it only two? It was, apparently. Okay. Okay, never mind. We are a bit in between with a lot of things. I didn't expect us to be in between with my husband's job. I will say that, but it is what it is, and it's here where we are, and it's one of the things I said to him today. Just keep in mind that we can't control other people. We can only control and how they what they do, the actions they do. We can only control how we react on it, and how we react on it. Just be aware that with a new computer, the setup will need to be redone, and I am free with little notice to have you up and running again. Oh, Bench, thank you. Thank you. For sure, at the moment, Bench, and we're gonna do it like this. At the moment I have a new computer, I'm gonna write to you either on Discord or on Instagram. I have a new computer. This is the one I have. Tell me what I need to do. So yeah, for sure. You will know for sure when I got a new computer. I think you will almost be able to hear it. Steeler facts. I live by that. Yeah. So so that is what I'm trying to be like the positive input for him, and you know, so that just these small, sometimes you need people to remind you, but sometimes you need people to remind you, and I'm just that reminder at the moment. I'm the one that says, oh, remember, we can't control other people. We can only control how we react to the way we do, the way what they do, and I mean, because otherwise you can get so overwhelmed by and frustrated with that other people are not doing as you thought they would or hoped for. You are selfless, Pia, and I have all the time in the world for people who share that quality. Sadly, we are few in numbers these days. Oh, Bench. Thank you. But you are too. You are too, my friend. You are too. So, let's see. 7 might be the next one. Oh, yeah. So now it's Friday, and I look forward to tomorrow is my horse day. I'm going out horseback riding, and it is my weekly get out of jail card. No, it's not that bad. It's just really, really nice to get out there and be with the animals, and sometimes that's how I feel anyway. It's also nice to be around people that don't know about you, that just take you for face value, talk to people about horses and on on serious, not so serious things, and laugh about things that the horses do or the dogs do or the cats do. Oh, my new trays have cleared customs. Ooh, Bench. Exciting. That is good news. Yeah, that is good news. Where was what trays were that? Remind me, Bench. I can't remember, to be honest. I saw one of my Danish followers just got new trays from Unimate. One of I think it was one of the days last week. Oh, I was like, ooh, Bishop Bliss design. Oh, that's right, Bishop Bliss. I have looked at their site too. They look really nice. Their trays too. Speaking of trays and some micro glue dots, I'll be going to the post office next. Ooh, Stila. So very cool. I was just thinking about it. So very cool. We are looking forward to that. I think when I get money again, when all this with my husband settles down, I want to buy some new pens, and I'm gonna buy. I think I have been in and looking around on Miss Coffee's cover papers, so I think I'm gonna buy some of those next time. Um, I need these are the small ones I have that I get from I get these from Wish and Amazon, but hers I can get in the bigger size, and I really want a couple of those because I do have some, but they need a new they need a change. So and then I could just support her small shop too. I was looking into getting a printer that allows me to make my own ones. Ooh, I got them yesterday. I left yours all bubble wrapped, so I'll get the first look of yours when you get it. Oh, Steeler, that's nice. The release papers are totally worth it. I like they are thicker than normal release papers. Seem to last longer. Oh, I have to try them. I have to try them because I like to use the bigger ones when I am on the last part um, on of the picture because they usually they that it's not like it's there maybe be 1.5 rows, so but it will fit with when I use bigger release paper. So and then I was just looking at her side. But what kind of printer do you need for that one? Is that a very expensive special one you use to print on that kind of paper, pinch? That's just how I think it in my mind that because it is a special paper and there must be some special ink or somewhat. Have you ever heard of people using spray glue to mount paintings to black wall canvas boxes? No, I haven't. I haven't, but it might be something they do in the States, to be honest. I don't know if they do that over there. if because I have seen someone have put on it, but I don't know how they do it. It's not that expensive. It's just a printer that I use to print. I used to printing on photo paper. Oh, of course, it's the same as when you print on photo paper. Of course it is. Oh, hmm, hmm, hmm. Well, oh yeah, for sure. That's yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. So it's more about the paper when it comes to it, maybe getting the right paper for it. But I don't know if it's Stila have heard of that. Um, that people have done that. Or anyone else, but for that matter. With printers, it's all about the cartridge. In fact, you could save a picture you like and then take it to a supermarket and get them to print on blank papers. I asked my store how much it cost and was told with my paper it'd be like 10 pence a sheet. Okay? Hmm. I mean, we have a bigger printer in my office. I wondered how the release papers were printed. Yeah. So, yeah. Rose AB, hello, first time chatter. Welcome in, welcome, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. How are you doing today? Yeah, if the printer can print on photo paper, it can print on release paper. Just give it time to dry. Oh, that is of course a secret. Yeah. Hmm. So actually, I could, if I had a picture of my dog, I could actually put release paper on. If I had a printer that could print photos, I could just put release paper in the box and then print out release paper with my dogs on. I'm good. It's early morning here, so still in bed. Oh, that sounds cozy. That sounds actually quite cozy. So you could have your channel name, etc., as a font. I still have the file and the print that. Oh yeah, it was not a bad idea. I don't have at the moment a printer for that, but I wanna do a bit of a research on it. Also, um, if it is the office printer I'm gonna use, I have to check with my I have to check with my boss before I ruin everything in there. Whether we can print photo on it, but I think we can. It could be quite nice actually. And the big release papers I do use at the moment is from a Danish shop. So I could just, get more from there. Actually. Oh, I need to look more into that for sure. That is for sure. But I love supporting small stores, but I think we can all agree in this economy, if you can do it yourself, it's money saved. Yeah. I mean, I would probably still buy, for instance, from to support Miss Coffee's shop. Um, but that being said, I totally agree with your bench, and I could do both. I could do both. And that's also what's kind of bugging me with the buying from small shops. I really want to, but as I said before, that I really love supporting small shops, and whenever I have the money, I am. But it really is a matter of saving up money for instance, to buy Muna made pictures, diamond paintings, because it's so much more expensive than anything else. Just because the shipping is that much more. Um, and then I have to pay import tax and duty fees on top of that. So it is getting, it does get a bit pricey quick. So, but we will see. I think there will be a bit of an opening whenever my husband get a new job. Um, I have to make a bit of a wish list for what to buy. But I think, and then again, sometimes it's like I feel like almost, if I'm gonna buy from a small shop in the States, I want to buy a lot of things, because you know it's kind of, I'm gonna pay this much in ship anyway. So if I only buy a small portion, that's kind of my logic about it. So that's how I justify that I end up buying for a lot of money at the end of the day. It's like, oh yeah, but it's gonna cost me a fortune anyway. It's gonna cost me a fortune anyway. It's okay, binge. Have a nice date night. Take care, and we will be seeing each other suddenly somewhere in Twitchland. Enjoy the rest of your night painting pals. Yeah. We'll see if you go online tomorrow, or you will be streaming late night instead today. We will see what you will end up doing. But have a good date night, and have a good time. So tell me, Rose AB, where are you located? Since it's very early morning where you are. You are in Australia. That was almost my next question, whether you were in Australia. Because it's kind of, I'm like in the middle. Uh, Australia, at this point, is very early. I'm late night, not late night, late evening, and the States are, what are they? Afternoon thing. So, how are the weather where you are in Australia? Tell me. What kind of weather do you have over there now? And do you have any exciting plans for the day? I have been enjoying the last day of my winter holiday not without, but out with my husband. We had a bit of a date thing going on, lunch, which was a bit of a late lunch, and we had a good eat. So I haven't been having any dinner, and I'm still not hungry. So I think I'm not. I'm just gonna go without today. I have a bit of a leftover. If I'm ending the stream, and if I'm really almost dying when I end the stream, we have some leftovers from when I made Pia's special walk thing. Uh, I do some stir fry thing and stuff. My special own recipe. As my husband said, he loves when I do that, and in these big pans, and he says like it's never the same. It always tastes amazing, but it never tastes the same. And I'm like, but I'm never having the same. I'm never having the same uh, things to put in it. I always put chili and lime and oranges and some of the same vegetables. But when beyond that, it's very different what I put in. So, but it tastes good. So with that kind of food, it is the preparing that when you have to all the things you have to cut up and slice and all that takes the time, and that's why I don't do it very often, because if I have, for instance, been on work all day, I'm really not. I don't have actually the resources. I forgot to make the invite. Rose B. It's summer here, so no. I work in shopping centers, so I like to stay away from people and stay home and relax. Oh, love to stay. Yeah. You need the peace and quietness. Rose B, you need the peace and quietness. I get that. I get that. Especially after today, we were out. We were in a shopping center, to be honest, today, and on a cafe. It's my kind of it's where we go when we go to get some food out. Um, we either go sushi place or cafe, one or the other. But yes, I do. So, um, and it is here in Denmark at the moment. I think it's either week 8 or week 7 or 8, or it's 8 or 9 that the schools are on winter holiday. So this week, where the shopping center is, that city, the schools have winter holiday today. There was so many kids there, and the noise in that place. I was like, oh my god! I totally forgot, because if I had remembered, we wouldn't have gone for it. Because I was like, I'm not good at that, and I think I was. We were there for a couple of hours, and my head was completely a mess when we left. I was like, I just need to go home. And my hubby was like, yeah, me too. And I was like, we are getting old, sweetie. We're getting so old. So I totally get that. Just need some peace and quietness. Yeah, it's either Ula says somebody has winter holiday in week 7 and some has in week 8. Yeah. And it's because I don't have kids anymore that are in the schools. Then you don't keep track of those things. You just know that there was something about it's a different week depending on which town you're living in. And actually, when I was talking with my boss, I was like, I need to have winter holiday. When can I have it? And he was like, yeah, you decide. So I said, okay, then I'm gonna do it in this week. And then he says, oh yeah, that's when all the kids are off. I'm like, oh shoot. But I couldn't, I mean, if I did it later, it would be too close to Easter holiday. So it was like, it was now. If it was gonna, it's because I have 6 weeks of a holiday for a year. I can keep. And if I don't have it those 6 weeks, I will I will I will okay. If I don't have this 6 weeks, they will just get lost. It's not I can't transfer it for next year. So I want to keep all my holiday. But actually, to be honest, when you really love your job, I'm like, I don't know when to do it, to be honest. Uh, because I think when I have a full time job working 37 um, hours a week, I was more inclined, I more needed more on a weekly basis, needed holiday more. Now, because I only work few hours, it's not like it's a holiday because I still work and I'm tired. And when I have been on work for 2 or 3 hours, my body and my mind is worn out like I have been on work for 7 hours. So it's not like it's all good and dandy in that way. But I think it's a process too. So in my mind, when I think of it, it's like I have so much time off work, so I don't feel like I need the holiday. I only feel it when I am having the holiday. I'm like, oh yeah, I really need the holiday. So I'm just making some conscious decision about it that even though it's not, I don't need holiday. I still have to, you know, take the holidays. But 6 weeks is actually a lot of weeks, I think. Um, because we have a lot of like bank holidays here in the beginning in the spring in Denmark. So we will have a lot of 1 or 2 days come in between. So it's not so. I think until, is it April? No, May. Last May. When is we have the last ones? Is it in May? I think. And then you will have this your summer holiday coming up. So yeah, it's in May, and then after May there won't be anything. Then it will be your summer holiday coming up, and you know, so so usually if you're following the how the schools, which we have been for a lot of years, you will have the winter holiday in February. Then you will have all the loose bank holidays during the spring. Then you will have your 3 weeks of summer holidays in June, July, August. And then you will have your autumn or your potato holiday in October. That was 1, 4, 5 weeks, and then you will have a couple of weeks in the month of December. But I'm not always. I'm not used to having days off in October, for instance, when the kids are having that day off or that week off. Usually we would be working, and my husband would be working, and they would be in either daycare or some kind of with other friends. As they grow older, they could take care of themselves. Um, so I just need to remember to have those days off and not be working through it all, you know. So it's important. We have the law about holidays for a reason. So I need to remember that. I have been chatting a lot today, haven't I? It's almost 10 o'clock, and I feel like I haven't done anything. I haven't even filled a complete ruler yet. And yesterday I would be at least on ruler 2, so but it is what it is. I don't have to get up early tomorrow. I'm not out. I don't have an appointment until 11 a.m. So I can stay up a bit longer today. Just saying. Just saying. Ula says, I don't know of all those bank holidays anymore. I'm going to work. Yeah. It's like when I was out on when I was working in Copenhagen Airport in their security. We were working 365 days a year. So that means that was not like we were having any holidays, national holidays and all that, or Sundays were like, oh, we were working all days, no matter what. It was like we had a certain schedule we were working from. So it was just like, so it would not mention days in dates. It would be like Monday, Wednesday, Friday one week, and then the other week would be like Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday, for instance. And then it would be the hours. So that would be like that. So I would be working all days, all days a week. Sometimes it would be on Sundays. Sometimes it would be in Saturdays. I would. I was very lucky that I most of the years I was working, I didn't work on Christmas and all that, because could be kind of a drag. It was, Christmas and New Year was the kind of days that really was on high. People were kind of trying to exchange between each other. So if you take my Christmas, can I take another day for you? But I think it was one Christmas or so, maybe during day. But I don't recall it really, so I don't see it as a problem. I know I worked for Easter one year. I had I earned in Easter holiday when it was Easter, and it was in the weekend, and it was night shift. I have never earned so much money on 2 days as I did at that point. It was crazy. Stila, I'm just over here hooking away. Yeah, I don't get to do anything. I have to chat and keep an eye on the chat. And every time I keep an eye on the chat, I can't do this. And yeah. And then, of course, if I'm going to say something very where I need to focus, I'm putting down my pen and glasses. And it's a mess. But we're getting there. We're getting there. But as I said in the beginning, I don't have a deadline. So if this picture is gonna take 2 years to do, it's gonna take 2 years to do. So um, I enjoy really much having a chat that is active and we can have a good chat about things. I love the fact that people feel safe enough to tell. For instance, a binge telling about classes and all that. I really love that. Um, and then we can have a discussion about it, and and it's just I really appreciate that a lot. I would say. But I have been thinking about the crochet today when I was, working on my small project, Stila. And I was really thinking of what you say. Take it nice and easy, no rush. Just be very, I, hey, Heroes and Diamonds, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. How are you today? And what are you up to? Um, my problem is that, for instance, I'm working on a towel with my knitting pins, and because it is a thick yarn, it is a bit harder working with it, and I can feel it in my hands. And with the crochet, I'm working with thinner yarn, and it's really a light way to work. And I'm like, so why don't I just give in and work with the crochet? But on the other hand, when I knit, I don't have to think that much. I can just knit and relax. I'm really, really, I feel like my brain is on overwork when I crochet. Um, so it is, I think for me, it's a matter of, is it worth it? Should I just give in and put the crochet hook away and just, knit and just knit lighter project instead of using a pin 5, then maybe use a pin 3.5 like I do with the crochet hook. I was thinking that could be a way to do it. Yeah, take the pressure off of yourself to know all the things immediately. Oh yeah, kitchen cotton yarn. I love the projects after, but hate working with it. I've taken a break from using that kind of yarn for a bit. Yeah, so it could be. Also, I was looking at both Hobby and Retail. Those two are my yarn shops, online shops I've been buying from earlier, and they're good. They're big shops, so they have a lot of different kind of yarn and accessories and pens, knitting pins. Here's and Diamonds. I'm good. Just arrived at work a bit early, so listening in for a bit. Oh, perfect. You're more than welcome to do that. Um, and I will say, and I get, when I look at all the beautiful colors, all the nice yarn, I'm like, okay, maybe maybe I could just knit, um, you know, a small blanket in a light yarn, you know. It doesn't have to be a heavy blanket. It could actually just be a smaller one in the lighter yarn, in the thinner yarn. So it doesn't. So 3.5 could be, or 4 could be away from me. It's like, yeah. It's a struggle because it's really a fight between two, you know. I have a devil and an angel, and they're fighting at the moment because in a way I am a bit afraid that if I start going into that rabbit hole, I'm lost again. I was just getting out of there. um, and I've just kind of, it's like I have a teeny tiny stash in yarn. Really, I do. And I actually have room for more. Um, I'm not sure my hubby thinks I have room for more, but I actually have room for more. And especially after I put all of them, the rest yarn and all the you know, the older yarn I have, I put them, I sort them up in colors and start and what do you call it, um, qualities, whether it's mohair or it's alpaca or what. um, so, and then I put them in big Ziploc bags and I push the air out of the Ziploc bags, and then there can be a lot more in the drawer now. And then because some of them, you know, are really light, either white or off white, so and when I'm not using them, they tend to like to be dusty and you know, so it's like I'm just gonna put them when I did the all move things around and into my craft store place room. I did that. I'm really happy about it. So, but I am a bit afraid, you know, because I know the next thing for me might as well be me either going down to the hobby shop very close to me and shop for yarn. The the best thing I know, and I know Stila will know what I'm talking about, is to go down to that shop, go in and touch as much yarn as I can. Whenever I find a skein with some colors are really talking to me, I have to touch it. I'm horrible. But actually, that's the way I decide whether I want that yarn or not. And yeah, that's so I at one point I did try and tell my stepkids not to touch everything when we were out, but when we were out in the no, that's heaven. Yeah, it is, Stila. It is absolutely heaven. So whenever we were in a store that sold kids play toy, I was like, don't touch anything. But you know, who were I to tell them that they were not supposed to touch anything when the first thing I did when we went into the yarn store was to touch all the skins. I was like, okay, never mind. Never mind. So I think if I recall this correctly, I have 2 more I can put down here. Yeah. Mm. Hmm. But I think I've always been one of those kids that looks with my hand. That's what my mom said. Don't look with your hands, and then she did it herself. So I don't have it from strangers. My mom did the same thing, um, I will just say that I realized as an adult that this is just the way I see the world. I discovered it especially when I was giving treatment to people with massages, that most of the time I actually would be more, I would sense them more through my hands than what through my eyes. And for sure, if I need to remember something, I always write it down with my in handwriting, because I remember it more. The chances for me to remember to remember it will be higher than if I put it in my telephone calendar, uh, or an electronic calendar. So that is why I have a personal planner. I need to write things down. I need to write comments down. That so I remember things more and longer time when I do that. When I make an appointment or something, if I write it down in hand, I will remember it. But if I don't and just type it in my phone, it's a bit of hit and miss whether I remember it or not. So I think I'm gonna do the same as I did yesterday. Yesterday I worked with my diamond painting uh, for an hour more now. From now on and an hour forward. Um, and then I'm gonna do a bit of the small angel cards. And then I'm gonna do the scratch board. I want to work on with the lady from yesterday. So but with this ruler here, when I do this, I want to, I hope to fill this out for, I know that the first one took 2 hours, but I'm trying to not take 2 hours with this one. Um, so, but also keep in mind that this is actually, the ruler is taking two sections. So that means I'm kind of halfway through a row, and for the first week, the first streaming week here, I think I'm quite okay and content with that. It's a good one. Do you know the feeling of déjà vu? Have you ever tried, any of you, having déjà vu? You know the feeling of you've been in a situation and you're like, I've been here before. I've tried this, or I dreamt this. I'm having those kinds very frequently, and the problem for me is that I recognize them in the minute I'm there, but I can't really. Usually, it would be something I dreamt, and then I suddenly will be in that situation, but I can't really remember what is happening next. That can kind of annoy me. That kind of happened just before. Hey, baby, what the hell? Hello. Oh, you've been out, honey. You're cold. Yeah, you're cold. So, why are you in here? Are your daddy not home? Is he slacking his duty as daddy or what? Is he slacking his duty as daddy? Hmm? Is he slacking his duty, Dad? Is he? Hmm? Hmm. Are you just wiping your nose off in me? Hmm? Are you doing that? Thank you, honey. Hi, Doko. Happy Tails. Hey, Miss Kitty. Yeah, it is the superstar. Yeah, you are the superstar. Come on, let's see what Stag's doing. Hang on, I'll be right back. Is he on his way to bed? What the hell? It was because his dad was out with the trash, so, and the dog was out in the garden, and he came in, and his dad was out with the trash, so no one was in, so he had to find his mom. Jesus Christ. Uh, so that was my dog, my baby, and my baby was very, very bad. Not bad. He was hurting a lot last week, um, Friday, and we had it going on all weekend, and yeah, he's back to normal, Ula. Believe me, he's back to normal. He's back to his old sassy thing. But he was really being poorly, and yikes. And I did talk a bit about whether we should visit the vet Monday, something like that. Oh, he did a bit bad move on Friday afternoon, and something like that always happens after hours. It's something that also always happens when after the vet's closed, and so I was like, we gonna, he was not gonna die. He sounded like he was gonna die, but he was not gonna die. His mom almost died because I can't. I'm really, my heart is breaking, literally breaking when he's crying, and he was hurting bad. He has been doing things like that before, but then he's just been limping a bit. But he was really hurting bad. I don't know what he did. So we had a bit of a rough weekend, where I slept in the living room. So because my dog he was like he was lying. He was resting best when he was lying in the couch, which he what he usually does, but with this, he couldn't actually don't he wouldn't lie anywhere else. But he was a lot awake, and I think because it hurt a lot, so he would be awake, and you could see he was so exhausted to sit at them, you know. So he was like almost falling asleep. At some point, he was lying, but he was lying like a sphinx. So and then suddenly he was like, when they nod off. I was like, go the hell, lay down. and he did. But the thing, I know why he didn't want to, because he had a couple of times where he did fall asleep, and then he, in his sleep, he turned and then he woke up while it, because it hurt. So yeah, but Monday, I did prepare myself for going to the vet on Mondays, last Monday. But so Monday morning, it did take a turn to the much better Sunday evening. We did have a one more stay in the living room at the dog and I. The night between Sunday and Monday, and then Monday morning, he felt much better. If you are a pet owner, you know that's how your pet is, and what is normal and what is not normal. And he was much more back to normal, much more back to himself. He seemed more happy and more just himself. And I said, well, I'm gonna take I'm gonna take a bit. I'm gonna sleep for a couple of more hours. And then let's see what's going on. And then when I woke up again, he was actually even more back to normal. So I was like, we're gonna ride this out. We're not going to the vet because he's not hurting, and we're not gonna get anything out of him when he's not hurting. And he's just been better and better during through the week, and his mom has been more and more happy, and now she's just annoyed with him because he's back to his own usual sassy, being goofy way, and we're all happy again, and we can sleep in our usual routines and all that. I'm not good at when my dog are hurting, and I'm a bit traumatized. I realized that because my two previous dogs did a kind of the same thing. Um, One with a back leg, one with a foreleg, and they were put down after a while because it was something that they were older. They were older than he is, and that needed an operation. As I said to the vet, well, can you guarantee me that this will help the dog? And he said he couldn't, and I was like, and my dogs has always been very active dogs, and I was like, I'm not gonna keep them, you know, from not running in a long for 3 months in an age of 9. I'm not gonna do that. Um, so I did take a very. This is one of the most heartbreaking decision you have to do as a pet owner. I think that is when you are deciding whether your pet is gonna live and die. Um, but I also feel like it's my obligation not to. I have I'm like my dog slash my pet is not gonna be in pain. They're not gonna suffer like that. I don't want them to suffer like that. Good news. Yep, that relief you feel when they are back to testing the rules. Yep, absolutely, and that's where he is. And he was. I mean, just during last streams in last week, he was not here. Was not in here in the Sunday I was streaming. He wasn't here. So um, so yeah, that is a big relief that he's back to his normal, and you can see it in the movement. You can see how he is moving around and wagging the tail, and all that. It was so clear that when the pain was going on, it was not like he was not happy, but he was just hurting, and he was just not, he was very tired, and it was like he couldn't feel the position to lie in, to rest without hurting. And I will say, I know that feeling. I'm there sometimes. Agree, my mother in law is dealing with that now with her doggo. it's getting close to time for that decision to be made. Yes, Dila. It's hey, come on. What the hell happened here? Hang on. My camera just did strange things. Okay. Um, it is one of the hardest things to do as a pet owner, I think, is to make that decision. And I remember with the previous dog we had, the previous flat coated retriever, I mean, with him, the hardest thing was because he was like, he was not that bad, you know. It was just his leg. And we couldn't, but we couldn't just justify because he was in pain. He had a lot of pain. And don't look at picture. I'm moving the camera around and just I don't want to make you seasick. Why is it thank you. My camera is doing strange things. I think someone is teasing me a bit in here, to be honest. Okay, I'm yeah, here I think, because I'm working in a bit in overall here, and I really would love for you to see as much as possible, but also a bit closer. Let's see if this works. Okay. But yeah, I really feel like it's our responsible as a pet owner to make that decision. But it is a hard one, and I know that a lot of people uh, do wait, in my opinion, too long before they make that decision. Just because it can be hard to make the decision um, if it seems like on the surface that the dog is doing well, um, if it's still kind of, you know, are happy. But the problem I think is that if there is an issue, for instance, if your dog is sick, it won't always show you that it's in pain. So I think you have an obligation to make that, you know, give that call before it gets like too much. Too much. And it is, and I mean, it's like, it's not easy. It's not an easy call to do. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it's our responsibility as pet owners to take it because our dogs can't do it, and they will show as little pain as they can, because pain in the nature is being vulnerable and meaning you're dead in a moment. And in that sense you can say they're right, but I'm like, the dog is not happy when it's in pain. Then you can keep it, you know, give it painkillers, Um, but still, I mean, I'm like, if my dog, and again, I think it's also just because it is how I am with my dogs and my animals. Like, I don't, I they it need to be so they still can be like they have always been like. So of course, as they get older, the pace is getting slower and more mellow, but not pain. I don't want them to be in pain. So, and like I could see in the way my dog was moving last weekend that he was in pain. Um, and that's why I was like, he's not gonna be in pain. It's more than enough that he's been in pain this weekend. So if that is gonna be beyond, I'm gonna go to the vet Monday. For sure, it's not easy, but I don't want them to suffer. No, exactly. I mean, exactly. Our neighbor, I really love our neighbor, but they had a cat that was very, very old. I think did she turn 20? But at least she was at least 18 or 19, maybe a bit more. But she was, she was blind and she was deaf. And also, I mean, is that a life for a cat? She bumped into everything, and I'm like, I'm not sure that's a good life for a cat. Um, but it's not my cat. But I really was like, if it had been my cat, I have probably done it 5 years before they did it, because I felt like it was not good. It was I felt sorry for that cat, to be honest. In that last part of the days that lived. But I know why it was hard, because it grew up with the oldest daughter in there, and it's hard to say goodbye to a cat like that. That's been a part of the family for so long. But I mean, it's the same with the horses. Can have a horse for around 20-25 years, maybe 30 years. Some horses even get 30 years old. And I mean, the day you say goodbye to them, that I haven't been there the day. I have only been there the day after, and that was more than enough for me. That was not funny. That was not funny. It was one of the horses I started riding on when I started on the out there at the at my riding instructor's place there, the riding school. Um, and he was the horse was not very pretty or anything. But he had a personality that was kind of just unique, and he was the warrior in the herd. So if the herd was frightened or needed to be defended, he was the one who would be fighting. So if ever there was a fox out in the pasture, he would go after the fox and try and kill it, to stomp it to death. That was how he was. But he was also very gentle. Um, and he had a good memory, and he could really be like upset if you didn't go and say hi to him. If you were gonna ride on another horse, if you didn't say hi to him, he would be really upset and ignore you, really ignore you for the next time you took him. I don't know who you are. I know this because I did it, and he was really upset with me. So he kind of ignored me. Usually we would be talking while we put saddle on and all that, and he would be putting his nose down to me and sniff me and all, but nope. So it was not until the last part of our riding lesson that he would be kind of ease up and be like, okay, I forgive you. Okay, so from then on, I remember to do this with all the horses, I am in frequent contact with at her places to go. First thing is I do when I arrive out there, I go and say hi to all of them. Hello, I talk to them because you don't have to touch the horse to talk to. You can easily just talk. They know your voice. So animals are amazing. Yeah, that for sure is. That for sure is. So they can easily remember you by your voice. So I say hi and talk to them every time I'm there. So I'm sure I am. Uh, it has gone a step further because if I am taking another horse, that there are two. I either ride on the Arabian chocolate or the big one, Albert, which is my favorite. So if I'm not riding chocolate, I will have to go and talk to him physically because we are best pals, best mates, him and I. So if I don't do, he will get upset with me. So, so I do that. But I always start the day when I'm arriving. I start the day by saying hello and talk to them, and then when we go in and I put saddle on the big one, um, when um, when we do that, I will be my riding instructor would just she would just hold the big one for a while, and I would go and say hi to Chocolate, and he would be happy and all dandy, and he don't mind me taking another horse. He don't mind. I will say he's most sensitive when I've just been out on him. For instance, if I one Saturday I've been out on Chocolate, and the next Saturday I will be taking Albert. He will be a bit upset with me if I don't talk to him, like physically speak with him in touching and doing a bit of nose kissing and all that. Then he will be a bit upset with me, like, I don't know if I know you. Okay, so yeah. So I'm for sure, and when they get older, the horses, you just appreciate all the days you have with them. I have said goodbye to two horses out at her place. That's how long I've been there. Um, and it's not funny. It's not something you enjoy doing, but it always reminds you that life is short, and it does for me anyway. It reminds me life is short. It reminds me that I need to be in the moment with the horses and enjoy whatever they have for me that day. um, and they will never challenge me more than I can answer. If they challenge me more, it's because I'm ready for more. But that's how my work with the horses out there. um, and I think that's a really nice thing that her horses are so well mannered, so well trained, and so good in their brain, and so healthy in their language that I can actually, you know, they know when you go on the back of them, they know who you are, and if you are new, they will have the lowest approach to you. So if you're a beginner, for instance, and you are being put on the back of Chocolate, he won't challenge you. He will just go and carry you around, and whatever you do with your feet, the lightest touch, he will react to it. He'll be like, "Okay, you're asking me to go." Um, that's the kind of horse he is. But he can be a challenge too. I mean, if he feels, if he can feel that you know what you're doing, he will be challenging you by trying to scratch his nose, or maybe go very slow. So you have to be very clear in your signals, and So I think really they are good in their language. They're very different, her horses. So they're very individual, but in a good way, and none of them are like dangerous to go and sit on and have a riding. Um, I will say Albert is not for the beginner, in the sense of he can be for the beginner, but then she will have him on leash, and it's not, if you're a beginner that is a bit afraid of horses, I don't think you should go on him, because he's a big horse and he moves. He takes long steps, and that can seem like he moves quickly. You get quickly from one end of the track to another. Um, but if you do have some experience, he can actually be a good um, working partner, and he can teach you a lot of things on how to have that work with the horse, and not against the horse. We had just have some really nasty cases of animal cruelty with the horses, with some different documentaries in Denmark. And I think, even though you could say maybe it didn't do much harm to the specific person that did it, that we don't know much about, but it did draw a lot of attention, awareness to the fact that we might think we are a non-cruelty country, but this does happen on a daily basis. It's not just at his place. He was just singled out because he's famous, and he should know better. When you are like when you know participating, taking part in big competitions like the Olympics and stuff like that, you are being the one everyone is looking, the young people are looking towards. I want to be like him. I want to do the way he does it. So if his way is like hitting the horses, you will be like, and I think that's kind of logic. You'll be like, okay, if that's the way he gets results, well, that must be the way to do it. So I think that's a big problem, that he kind of gave some young people the impression that this is the way to train horses, because it's not the way to train a horse. It's not the way to have a stable connection. It's not a way to have a stable process, a progress in your working relationship with that horse. So and it's so old fashioned, I think. It's something that did back in the days. It's not something that belongs to a modern way of communicating with your animals. It's like when I look at dog obedience training back in the days when I was young, when I was a kid. The way you trained German Shepherds were with electricity collars, whips, speeding. If you were training it to as a guard dog, and it wouldn't let go because it was so high on it, and was so caught up in that whole motion of attacking, instead of teaching it in a good way how to let go of the dummy, you would just hit it, or you would squeeze the teeth, the lip into the teeth, and it would let go when the pain got too much. So, and I've been taught that to do that with the dogs. If they had a ball, they wouldn't let go. Instead of making a trade, so I have either another a play toy or treat, and we can make a trade and teach if I give you this command, you have to let go. um But that was the old way. That I don't think that any of the clubs, dog clubs in Denmark that train dogs does it that way. Even the police dogs are not trained with that kind of method. They are trained with motivation like balls or goodies and other kinds of chew toys and stuff like that. So it's not a matter of it does it because it's afraid of the pain. It actually does it because it loves doing it and makes you happy. And I smile every time I hear a grown man, like a big policeman lying on his forelegs and sounding like, "Oh, good doggy." I'm like, but that's the way to do it. So it makes me happy inside. But I do think it's a bit funny listening to it, but that's just me. Um, when I back in the days when I was instructor and I was having both obedience and agility. Um, and having classes for that. Um, what I saw was that if you have a dog that you have problems with keeping the attention on, the dog can be a bit like everywhere, but on you. One of the best non-violent methods to make you more interesting than the surroundings is actually agility. Agility is one of the best methods to train attention with a dog because it's a funny thing, it's a fun thing, and in the beginning you will just have the jumps will just be so you can cross the jumps without hurting yourself or the dog for that matter. But if you do it like if you show the dog this is fun, the dog will actually think it's funny and enjoy it because you are looking like you enjoy it. So if you walk over a jump, your dog will walk over the jump. Is that funny? But if you jump like and have a happy body language while you do it, your dog will actually also have a happy body language and do the same that you do. Maybe not in the beginning as elegant, but 9 out of 10 will do it. There will always be that one exception that still will be like walking over the over the jump, but you can't win them all. But for the most part, it will be. They will image you, uh, because you are actually on the other line of the of the leash. So you are holding the leash, and the leash is a funny thing because it can give good vibes and it can give bad vibes. It can actually show the dog how nervous you are, and it can also show how happy you are. Of course, not the leash itself, but just the picture of it. So, I think we can. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. We can do it. But it is a bit of a mixture of color blocking and confetti. This one. There's not a lot of either. I think if it might be a bit more confetti than color blocking, just because there are not big sections of color blocking, but there's not big sections of confetti either. But there's a bit more of the confetti thing with well, and confetti to me is more like the way the color is placed. Like it can be like three colors, but if they are like sprinkled all over the canvas, that's confetti, and that's annoying. Just saying. especially if you are stealer. Yeah, they feel your energy for sure. They do, and they will try and image it if you are training them. And you are like, if you are training and your body language and that you are bored with this what you do, your dog will be bored too, and it will try and read you. How do we like this? So yeah. I had a man that came with a golden retriever, and it was a young dog. And he said, I have heard that the golden retrievers, when they grow old, when they are adults, they get lazy and not want to bother doing funny things. And I said, I haven't heard that, so maybe it's just some dogs that does that. Um, I can't tell you whether your dog will do it or not, but when the dog turned 3, it completely stopped finding agility funny. And until that, it was, oh, you couldn't take it off the track. It would just run, and it was happy and it would do all the fun things. But when it got 3, it was like, no, mate, you run the track. I will just don't be here and watch you. And he was just like, I told you so. I said, yeah, okay. I did not know that. Now I do know that. But usually the agility makes the energy a bit higher. So even if you have a low energy dog, you can actually raise the energy level somewhat. Um, Also, of course, depending on your own energy level. Um, and I think often it is where most go wrong when they choose dogs, because the fact is that all puppies are cute. I mean, most puppies are cute, and I'm like, the more furry it is, the longer the hair it is, the more I am inclined to fall in love on the spot. Um, Without thinking how much cleaning it needs. It's like, I don't care. It's just, give me that. Um, and I think that's a bit dangerous if you don't know what you're getting. Uh, and if you're a first time dog owner, for instance, a lot they get Labrador retrievers because they have heard they are good family dogs, or golden retrievers because they have heard they're good family dogs. First of all, they are good family dogs, but they also need obedience training, and they need to use their brain because they're also hunting dogs. So if you don't see to their needs, they will ruin your home, and at one point they will bite in frustration, or or because they get afraid, or understimulated or something. Um, and a lot of biting accidents are because people think it's cute when a puppy bite. They don't think it's that cute when a grown ass dog is biting or holding their hands in their mouth. And that is something you need to be aware of. But not everyone is. So what you see in the shelter is there will can be a overweight of dogs around the age of 2. If they're puppies, it's usually, anyways, like that here in Denmark. It usually will be from some kind of, bad situation, animal cruelty or something like that. But dogs that are like given to the shelters um, are usually around the age of 2, one and a half to the age of 2. Why is that? It's because it's where the dogs have their teenage years. It's where they go from being cute small puppies to getting annoying as teenagers. And where they kind of, when they were puppies, they were like they could everything. They could sit, they could lay down, they could stay, they could everything. And suddenly, in the age of 1 and 1.5, 2 years, they forgot everything. Mine did too. He, the only thing he didn't forget was his name, but that I think was because he's so driven by treatos. So his name and treats are like equal. Um, so, but beside that, he a lot of other things he forgot. Stay, sit, let go, wait. There's a lot of things he forgot about that he already knew. Um, and people give up because they don't have the time, they don't have the resources. The dog is too wild. They haven't met its needs. They haven't taken a lot of things, a lot of the habits you don't want the dog to do when it's a grown up. They didn't take care of that when they were puppies and all that. And the bigger the dog is, the more the problem, bigger the problem is, to be honest, because it's suddenly you're standing with a, yeah, what, how much, a 70 pound dog, and it's all over the place, and it's biting in people, it's biting in clothes, it's napping in things, and ruin stuff, and there's a lot of things going on. um and some of the things you can do something about, some of the things you just have to be like, it's a thing, get a new one. um so if you have a dog that is a problem, and is that age, they will, I mean, that's what you see in the shelters. They are in that age, and what they write, when they write the history, what they do in Denmark is they write, a lot of the places, shelters do write the history about the dog. It would be like, this dog really needs a good family that is not a first time owner, that has the time to train, to challenge, to teach, to show the way. It is a high energy dog. And whenever I read those, to me, um, a lot of them has issues with other dogs, with cats. That to me is because they haven't been socialized enough when they were small puppies. Um, so it's really important that when you go and look for a puppy, and that's what I believe in, that if you get a purebred dog, and that can be, good reasons for that. Uh, Go out, meet the dogs, meet the breeders, have a chat. How much time does this dog actually? How much time do you put in for the dog to be like the dog you meet on the shows, for instance, and go out in the training clubs, meet the dogs, the dog handlers out there that are working with the dogs, and have a chat. How much hours do they put in the obedience training? Um, because it's not enough to just attend puppy class. It's not enough. If you don't have, if this is your first dog, you don't have the knowledge to keep training on your own necessarily. Um, you will probably have it if this is your second dog, because then you know from the first dog what not to do with the second one. But with the first one, you won't. You will have to go to some obedience training. I did when I with the first dog I have when I moved away from home. I was raised together with German Shepherds, so they're kind of my childhood memories are the German Shepherds, and I love them to death. I really do. Um, and I had one of my own, and she is by far my the star on my dog heaven. I love the other ones I have had, but she is something very unique because the German Shepherd has a special place in my heart. But so when I got a mixed breed, a good mixed breed when I moved out from home. Um, and what we did, because my boyfriend I had at that time, he had never had a dog in his life. So I said, I think the best thing we can do is for you to start as it wasn't a puppy class, it was just beginner class, in the obedience training. So it wasn't me telling him what to do, it was a stranger instructor. And then after that, I took over the rest of the obedience training, and I attended classes for almost the rest of his life. I learned a lot, and I also went to competition and stuff like that. You don't have to do that, I would say, but you can do. I mean, sometimes you discover how much you enjoy the work with a dog, and whenever you can put a lot of work in, and suddenly things fall into place. It's like, oh, and you can get all high. I did anyway. So I think that's one of the things where people like things just because I attended puppy class, now everything is good. And it's not. And just because I do attend classes with the dog, you still need to train when you get home. You just get the instructions how to, then you have to train in between you attending classes. And I had actually that discussion or talk with some of my uh, um, dog owners that were coming to my obedient classes, that you can use this as a weekly get together socialized thing. But if you want to move anywhere with your training and can see progress on the things you want to work with, you need to train them with when you're not here, and then you will see progress. So I feel like people sometimes over um, what do you say, they think they have more energy for the dog than they do have, and they are not really aware of what high energy dogs what they need, because high energy dogs does not need to run after a ball 100 times. They need to use their brain for 30 minutes instead. And then, of course, they need to run and, you know, all that. But high energy dogs do not get tired from you biking 10 kilometers with them. They don't. You can bike from now on and into eternity, and they will, the moment you sit down and the moment you get out of the couch, they will be ready, whether it's 5 minutes later or next day. They don't care. So that is how high energy dogs are like put together, and but they are still cute as puppies. You just need to know that if you say yes to a dog like that, you also say yes to a lot of work and a lot of obedience training, a lot of training, a lot of watching either YouTube videos or books to read how to move on with their training. If you don't want to go to classes, then what can I do um, to make my dog happy? So yeah. Okay, I am on the last part of this and I have 5 minutes left. So that is almost on the minute. Yay! By the way, when I went in to to show my dog back to the couch. My husband was in the living room. Was like, where did you went? And he was playing PlayStation. I was like, oh, that's why. He said, but I was out with the trash. Oh, okay. So it's not because of the PlayStation. My dog came to me. It was because he was out with the trash. Okay. Well, that's okay. It's okay. You can play PlayStation. I said to him one of these days, I said, well, I think it was a good thing. By the way, with all the bad things going on, I think it was a good thing you got the PlayStation for Christmas, don't you? And he was like, yeah, it was actually a good thing. He tend and today he got so upset about the letter, so I know that's why he's playing PlayStation, because he gets so he can't find peace, and he tends to be like a lion in a cage. So just to prevent us from being eaten by the lion, the PlayStation is our best defense, my dog and me. Good distraction, yeah, absolutely good distraction, for sure. So here you can see how multi-placing can really up the temp, the pace you place the drills in, because I can place 8 drills at one go. Uh, 8 drills is the amount that are in the height, if I can count to 8, that is. I just need to shake the lines a bit. 3, 6, 8. Yeah. So this is the reason why I started multiplacing, because I could do sections like this a bit faster. But I also love, it's also one of the things I love with this craft, is that you can do whatever you like. There's no right or wrong. It's all about what is the best, what you feel like doing, how you feel like putting the drills. If you're more like a single placer, and want to place one drill at a time because that makes you happy, go ahead. That. So, and then I'm gonna put the rest of it up here. What I can see is actually they're quite nice, the quality of the round drills, and how I can see that is when I remove the ruler. I don't have to fight the drills. Sometimes I need to be very careful how I to remove the ruler, to be sure I press the drills through the ruler, and it's not that bad with this one. It's quite easy. I just give it a light pressure on the ruler and then underneath, and then I'm just making sure that the drills are like through, and you will have it there. So, so what I do, just because I hate my life. No, it's not. I could just leave it here. I have 2 lines left, so I could just actually just leave it there and say, okay, I'm just gonna move it up and let it be like that. I could do that, or I could just, well, you know what? I'm just gonna do that because it's only 2 lines. I could do that. So we're gonna move the ruler to the next section over here. And I'm just gonna remove this one. So I'm just gonna take this up so you can see a bit more what I'm doing. I'm gonna zoom it out. Like that. So you can see what I'm doing. Because I have to move things a bit around here, I can see. Where is my... This one. So this is gonna be the... So it's gonna be 4. Yeah. I think usually I would be making 5, I think, but 4 will do it. 4 will do it. I think usually I would be making 1 more section, but hey, it's okay. It's okay. So we're gonna place these one underneath and this one on top. So yeah, and it should be, so the only thing that's gonna be different with this line here is that there will be a section up here. Here will be a small line that I will have to place without the ruler because there's that metal thing there. But other than that, it should just fit nicely, which it does. So I'm gonna do like this, smooth it out. And actually this first line is the most important one because the other ones are like, you know, just following up. So, okay. I would hurry to take my bad glasses off so Binge is not coming for me. No, he's good. He's doing it out of a good heart, and that is the most important thing. It's just because he wants what's best for me, no matter what I want. No, be nice. I think you can say like this. It's something that he actually knows something about and is kind of passionate about. So you want people to have the knowledge and know the best. What's the best way to do it? So. That and so let's see, Sunday I will have 4 hours too. And looking at this, I will say that it's I'm probably not gonna get more than 2 done on those 4 hours because there is a lot of confetti going on as far as I can see. So that's just what it is. Oh, I need to get up. And this is how it's gonna, hopefully it's gonna be something like that when I'm done. That is what we're going for. I think I need to talk to Binge about getting, I really want, you know, to be able to put out that picture up. So I could take like a picture with my phone and put that up on, so I can have it on stream and show this is the picture I'm working with. Like either whether it's diamond painting or cross stitch, it could be really nice having that. I think. Let's see. I need some color minders for this one. Keep it in place. Like that. So this is what I use cover minders for. To help keep my cover paper in place here when I'm kind of in between. And this is gonna rest for Saturday. So I'm gonna remove it. If I was just gonna let it be, I wouldn't use cover minders. So we're going to have this. And this. And this. That. And this one's going into the living room. Tomorrow I'm going to work on my snow dragon. And if I remember correctly, I think that's Saturday. Isn't it that day that Miss Coffee is streaming? I think it's Saturday, isn't it? I can't remember. But I think Saturday is the one where I'm usually at. And she sometimes does WIP parade. So if that's the case, I am going to put up some pictures of the snow dragon. It's not gonna be. Yes, says Stila. Stila says yes. I'm gonna put up pictures about the snow. I only have made one small section on it, so it's not like you can see a lot, but it's just so you can see. I'm gonna put the picture on like I put on with all the other things, so so you can see what I'm working on the big light pad. So that's how it's gonna be also from in the future, so to speak, that when with what I work on the big light pad is gonna be, I'm gonna show that off in other people's stream, and what I'm working on the small light pad, I'm gonna show off in here. I decided to do it like that. So we're gonna do these small ones today. The small angel cards, and they are in Danish. So, and the line, it's just a line, just one line. Focus. Come on. There you go. So it's just gonna be, there's only one line, and I will be translating it. But on that, it's just like yesterday, so a number between 1 and 40, and I will count the cards, and you will get the one-liner and an angel. The one-liner. Yep, it's not a pickup line, don't worry. No worries, no pickup line. And then we're gonna work on the on my scratch after that. Yeah, you have to practice your that Discord thing a bit, sweetie. Stila. So I'm gonna give you access to the rest of the thing. I don't have that many channels, so I've kind of just made all my channels private, and then you will get access to all that. I think there's an easier way to do it, but this is the way I have now, and I'm just like, just want to make sure that people are secure on my Discord. That's kind of more important than me being annoyed that I'm gonna add everyone to. I'm not having like 2,000 people. Okay, 33 and 30. Okay, Steeler says 33. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. So, focus. Know your limits, it says. Know your limits. Stealer. Or boundaries. So, I would say you need to be careful that people don't overstep your boundaries. And Ulla oops. Sorry. Oh. Got it. Steeler got it. Yeah, that's where I'm right now. You know me well. I do, Steeler. I do. And especially with the cards coming and you and me be who we are, I know. Ulla, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. And this card says, come on, give it, you are free. So that is completely up to you, Ulla, to make whatever you want in that, out of that card. In so many ways. But you're free. So you're free, you can do whatever you want, or you don't have to feel obligated. Could be. Okay. That was what the cards had to us for today. I'm gonna put this over here. And we're gonna find the lady. The lady. The lady, the lady, the lady. Not me lady, but the lady. And I think I'm gonna give it a whole hour. So it's gonna be a bit past midnight today before I am going to end the stream. So, and if I can do it I will try and rate Rwanda because I saw that he just went on online. So that will be kind of the good way to end this. Just because I'm having a holiday and I don't have to get up early tomorrow, and so I'm trying out again. It wasn't a big of a hit last time I did it because it was kind of a messy thing, but if you don't practice, you don't progress, right? Ula says, I don't have to meet on job until tomorrow afternoon, so it's okay for her. Thank you. I think I'm gonna try one of these out here. So they are really, really beautiful, these ones. I really like them a lot. Sounds perfect. Yeah, we will see how perfect it's gonna be, Steela. You know me. Sometimes it's a good way. Things just, click and everything happens in a good way. And sometimes it's a bit of a mess. So we will see whether it's cursed or not. That's how it's going to look at it. Whether it's cursed or not. Especially visiting Rwanda. That's how he explains when I'm being positive. When things are going a bit sideways, it's cursed. Yeah, that's still not my favorite. They do make me a bit sketchy. The ones with the metal on, I would say that. Hmm. Let's do the other side of the hair. It's a good thing you're positive, Stila. It's a good thing. We have to keep up the hope, right? So so being positive is a good thing. Yeah, it is what it is. Oh, I got completely silent. It's not because I'm muted. I was just so focused suddenly. Um, that's just a big difference between doing the scratch and the diamond painting. That just shows. When I do my diamond painting, I'm not that, I don't, and especially when I have the ruler on, the mesh ruler on, I really not have to focus that much, which I really do have to focus just a tiny bit when I do this. It's just it. Don't worry, it's not like it's muted. I'm here. Oh man. So Stila, how did it go with your got to concentrate on those tiny areas. How did it go with your shark uh thing prompt? Or did you give up on it? I can't actually remember. Maybe you did tell me. I'm actually proud. I did draw a hammerhead. Ooh, nice, Stila. I was just gonna say, well, you could always just draw the shark. That's a nice one. I couldn't believe it actually looks like a shark. Stila. I think you're not giving yourself credit enough, to be honest. I wouldn't probably either. I would also be like, oh, it really looks like something. Actually, when we drove home today, is it funny how your brain works sometimes? You can suddenly get an idea, and it's like, oh, I know what I'm gonna do um, with my canvas. I have a canvas. I'm having a bit of trouble, you know, getting on with. I've started up doing some watercolor on it, and I'm like, I really didn't know how to proceed. It's like I'm stuck. But I actually got an idea, so I think I'm gonna try that out maybe tomorrow uh, afternoon. I'm just gonna see if I can do it. I think I'm gonna do it with acrylic maybe. What I think is that sometimes I get too stuck in what I think is the way to do the things, you know. I get stuck in how I think others will criticize my. But the second one, um, I was going to redraw it because I didn't like the fins. Oh, but the second one, I like the fins, but not the head. So I fixed the fins on the first shot, just like yarn projects. I was going to start over. It is like yarn projects. It is a bit like yarn projects. I will agree with you. Um, I think that I just sometimes need to be like when people with this project with the hammer with the shark and this the zodiac signs, that it is a fantasy figure, so there is actually no limitation. You can do as you want to. If you decide this is how it's going to be like that. And I think that's kind of the thing I'm trying to go out to do the same with my painting. Is if I decide that this is the way to do it, this is the way to do it, no matter what other people feel or think. Um, I am not painting to please other people. I'm painting to please me, and I think I need to kind of remind myself of that. Um, and I think that's why I got stuck with this picture, is because I I recall it as I have done a similar one where I'm kind of stuck the same place. Um, and it's because it's actually not ugly or anything, but it's like it's unfinished. But I don't know how to finish it. I don't know what to do or to put on to make it more either one way or the other. So I am like stuck in, you know, in that maybe that in between place where I'm like, I am between two destination, a start and an ending, and maybe because I'm a bit afraid of moving, if I dare to do this, I might fail. So I'm just staying where I am, and with a picture like with when you're working with colors and stuff like that, and working with art like that, the art will actually tell you that you are stuck because it's not moving anywhere. And I think what the pictures I like the best are actually the pictures I that kind of just came along as I was painting and not thinking too much of it, and didn't get too stuck in what other would think of my painting. And I just think I need to get back to that place. So I was either I'm gonna use markers. I was actually thinking of using markers, but then I remember that I could also use my color pencils because they are actually watercolor pencils. So if I really wanted to work, in a new way, I could use the watercolor pencil, and then I actually have like a brush I could put water in, and then I can use that to blur out the color pencil to make it more like you know a a watercolor thing. So I think that's what I'm going with, and then I'm gonna see how that is coming along. And if that goes good, I could just start mixing media a bit more, and use maybe acrylic together with the watercolor, just to give that different kind of texture in the picture. I think I need to get some crackers when I'm done with my streaming today. I'm getting hungry. It's because I haven't got any dinner. Um, or eat the leftovers, maybe. Maybe even eat the leftovers. Oh, I really love the way they have put this color underneath. So the way it makes like she's having highlights in her hair, that looks amazing. Yeah, late lunch threw off your schedule, absolutely. And I knew it, I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. But I'm just not good at eating if I'm not hungry, you know. That's one of my biggest problem actually. And then to be honest, I think what's going to happen is I'm hungry now. My body's telling me I'm hungry now. Then I'll be like, it have to wait. I will wait, and when I'm done streaming and I'm ready to do eat, then I'm not hungry anymore. So that's probably what's going to happen. And then I'm not eating because my husband was eating earlier, and he had a really good reason for it. He said, because I'm gonna be hungry later, so just to prevent that, I'm gonna eat something now. I'm like, yeah, but I can't. I should, but I can't. I'm really bad at something like that, and so usually I really need to have a good schedule, you know, because I'm not good at the other thing. But yeah. But it's like for instance, if I go out to shop, I'm really like a mood shopper. So if I'm not hungry, I can, you know, if I'm not hungry, I will buy whatever's on I have written from home. But if I'm hungry, I will buy a lot of other food stuff. So in that way, it's not good for me to go grocery shopping when I'm hungry because I don't take very good choices when I'm hungry. That's usually when I make the worst choices of food is when I'm hungry. So Me too. I'm like, I'll have that snack and those snacks add some popcorn. Absolutely. Yeah, yeah. And some crackers and some other stuff and chips and yeah, maybe a bit of candy, maybe some chocolate. I'm horrible. And usually I won't buy. For instance, I'm really not a cake eater. I usually won't buy any cake. But if I'm hungry, and I will pass through the counter where there's some delicious cakes, I will buy a cake too. So that's I'm not. That's just something I'm not gonna do if I can help it. And I think that one of the things, I mean, there's a lot of things I love. I love food, and there's a lot of things I love to eat, and a lot of them are not very healthy. I will say, I love eating healthy stuff like fruits and vegetables and stuff like that. It's not like that because I love that too. And we do eat a lot of green things like we call it at home. Rose, AB, your shots were very nice. Oh, there you go. Um, but I think one thing I'm never gonna be really tired of eating is junk food. We call it junk food, but fast food like pizza, burgers, French fries, stuff like that. That's gonna be my forever favorite food. So I think it's gonna be something like this. If I ever are going to be that old that I'm going to a nursing home, if if I can decide what to eat, it's gonna be something I'm gonna eat pizza and burgers and not care in the world how fat I'm gonna be. Be like, okay, just roll me out to the food. Yeah, you see, Steela, you're not giving yourself enough credit. Oh, I'm gonna be at a nursing home that will be near McDonald's or Burger King, so I can just take my wheelchair and wheel myself over through the drive-through and be like, I want. Yeah, I think that's gonna be how I'm gonna be when I'm old, like 90 or 100 years or so. I don't know how old I'm gonna be, something like that. Yeah, but then eat whatever you want. Yeah, exactly. And drink whatever you want. My mom was like that when she was diagnosed with cancer and they said they couldn't do anything for her. She was like, I'm gonna eat and drink whatever I like now. I'm gonna smoke as many cigarettes as I can. I'm gonna drink as much wine as I please. And I'm gonna eat whatever I want. Which, by the way, I would say that when you have that kind of um, thing over your head and I was like, you eat, you girl, because I knew because she was going through some radiation treatments and she got of course sick and she got a lot something in her mouth that made her not eat that well and all that. So I was like, you eat whatever you like. If you want to eat something like that is soft, like ice cream, you eat that all day. I mean, who can tell you not to? So, yeah, my dad could, but he didn't. So, yeah, if I ever get around 90 plus, I am for sure gonna eat, smoke, drink, whatever I like. Big Havana cigars, if that what please my heart, for sure. Even if I'm gonna sit out in the cold doing it, I'm gonna be really rebellious. I'm gonna be like me. My best argument will be, I have gotten this old. Don't tell me what to do and not to do now. I have spent my entire life pleasing other people. Now it's my turn to get pleased. You know what I'm talking about, Stila. And I know there are nursing homes, I feel that, uh, here in Denmark, where you can actually, where they do invite or take out to visit horses and animals and stuff like that. Night, hubby. Yeah, night, hubby. So yeah, that's my plan. But you know, there's 40 years or so for that to happen, so that's still in the future. But I do think that my generation, when we do get that old and get to nursing homes and stuff like that, I think we will ask for different food and expect different foods, like, than they do today. The people we have in our nursing homes today. Um, and it will for sure be more like lasagna, pizza, burgers, and stuff like that, more than the old Danish tradition food that they do make a lot of today. You know, meat, potato, and gravy. Your favorite thing, like gravy. Stila. Stila loves gravy. It is the most amazing thing you can serve for her is gravy. Now she's hating me. Yeah, I knew it. No, 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 no. Okay, 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 okay. Nice comeback. I still believe it's because you haven't tasted my gravy. I still believe that. Good Danish brown gravy. But I think it's not, no, I would never force you to eat gravy. Steeler, no, 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 don't go, Steeler, don't go, stay. Listen, listen, listen. I think I would never force you to eat gravy. But I also think that gravy is, first of all, it depends on how you make it. And second of all, I think also it depends on what you serve it to. Um, Sometimes, I mean, you don't have to drown things in gravy. It can be a nice thing just to like use as a dip, just dip it in it. So, Stila, don't go, don't. So, so you have learned on my chat now that Stila does not like gravy. So if you're ever gonna visit me, Stila, we're not gonna serve gravy for you. Don't worry. Don't worry. Even though it is a big ingredient in Danish traditional food, it will be probably be a part of it, but we won't force you to eat it. I believe my grandpa it's poison. No, it's not. It's not. But I absolutely agree that not all gravy is good, and not it doesn't. It's not something you can eat to everything. So so just to drown it in everything, no, no, absolutely won't recommend that. It's just I just found it a bit funny that you have that kind of strong feeling against a thing like gravy. But, but I am also, I mean, Denmark is a gravy country, so in that sense, in the traditional Danish kitchen, dinner kitchen, gravy is a big part of it. But I will say, for the most part, if you're looking in the Danish modern kitchen, you won't find it that much. There will be a lot of things where you don't serve gravy too. So, Steeler, you're kind of cute when you get mad. Oh, the emote is cute. No, I do know what I'm gonna serve for you to make you happy. On the other hand, if you ever came to visit me, you and I were gonna eat some cakes. I live in the south. Gravy is a big thing here. I tell the restaurants I'm allergic, so it won't touch my food. Oh Jesus, Tina. Um, if you ever came to visit me, we were for sure gonna visit a bakery serving some good, nice cookies. That I would do for you. Like the one I was in last year in December. Yeah, you would absolutely love it. I'm sure of that. And just introduce you to what we eat for breakfast, for instance, traditional wise, because I haven't found that kind of bread anywhere else. The German has a bit of similar, but not exactly like the ones we do serve. The buns and all that. So I would absolutely serve a traditional Danish breakfast table with all the trimmings and all that, and then I would invite you out for lunch with all the Danish things, just to get your chance to see, taste, and smell. And then you can always say, I don't like it. I mean, I did the same with my cousins when they came from Canada. and they were not the biggest fan of the herring, the fish. But they tasted it and was like, ew. And I could see on their face, oh, not a favorite. No, okay, but they liked the rest of it. So so I mean, it's just, I think we have a lot of special dishes that are special for Denmark, and I like that. Uh, it with the cuisine, the Danish kitchen, that we actually are very, we have some things that has existed for a lot of generations and that keep on going for the next generations too. And then there will be some modern thing, it will have maybe a bit of a change, but basically will be the same. And a lot of mothers will teach their daughters and sons how to do the some of the dishes from the traditional kitchen, and I really like that. No, you don't have to. Actually, we don't eat gravy in our everyday life here in our house. So just because it's too fat and too high cholesterol for my husband, so gravy is actually not a big part of our dinners. We do sometimes in the weekend, just because I kind of miss it, and for to some for me, the best thing is to get a really nice steak, some really good béarnaise, sauce béarnaise, and some French fries. Then I don't need anything else. But I can also eat a really good steak with some broccoli, some salad, maybe some bread or something. So it's not like I only can eat it with gravy and French fries. So yeah. But in our everyday life, we and it's also because it does take a bit more to do the gravy. So it's so much easier just to prepare some meat and toss a bit of salad around, and cook a broccoli, and then you're all good and set. Or maybe some cauliflower. So no, what a snack. Sorry. When I was shopping today, they actually put up out a lot of Easter things. So I almost bought. I considered buying a Easter cracker or something. Um, when just to also to show here on stream and stuff. So um, but I was like, I can do it when I get closer to Easter because it's not Easter yet. I just think they were a bit early, to be honest. It's Easter late March, so. So I think actually I can get all the hair done today, and then we can call it a day on that one. We have Coles and Woolies put out a month ago hot cross bun. Now that they have put out Easter eggs, it's not Easter. No, it's not Easter yet. It's at least a month. I just checked my calendar. I could see that it's like in week 13, so 28th of March. It's Easter. So yeah. Bitter. But on the other hand, if you compare to the Christmas thing going on, I mean, sometimes shops even put Christmas things up. I will say after Denmark has gone on to the Danish shops and has gone on to the Halloween vibe, uh, they will kind of wait till after Halloween. But before they could, sometimes you would see it as early as in, you know, October. It would be like, no, not Christmas already. You gotta be kidding me. So now they will wait till after Halloween. But it's also right immediately after Halloween. It's like when Halloween's there, the same day it's Halloween, they are putting up the Christmas things. That's how it feels like sometimes. And sometimes they are there on the same time, Halloween and Christmas things. So we shouldn't be surprised of them advertising for Easter already with Easter egg and everything. But I was a bit surprised, to be honest, today. It's like, oh, Easter already. But it's not until late March. Amazing. So people been eating hot cross buns for 2 months, and now I know what happened to wait for Easter. All Christmas it takes out. Yeah, takes out the fun. Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, because you get kind of tired of it before it's even there, you know? I remember one year I was a bit out late, and late meaning that I didn't, before the 1st of December, I didn't buy lights for counting down for Christmas, and I didn't buy things to decorate, making my Christmas decoration. But because it hadn't been like the 1st of December, I was like, oh, there's time enough. I can get what I want. But they actually, at that point, that year, they had already taken most of it down and had put up for New Year. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. I mean, I could understand if you did this in the middle of the month and be like, okay, if you're gonna shop for calendar Christmas lights now, it's a bit late. But this was even before the 1st of December. I was like, hmm. So now I just make it a habit that I'm gonna buy whatever I need. I'm gonna buy it before um, the first Sunday in Advent and be like, okay, I'm gonna be ready for that. So it's usually in mid-November I buy for that, and it's somewhat um, right when they put the decoration up after Halloween. So, and we grocery shop the same place my husband does. So he has kind of known their rhythm. So he's keeping an eye out. So whenever it comes up. So he gives me a heads up, and then I'm gonna make plans for when I'm going with him up grocery shopping, because usually we will have to save a bit money for that too. Because when I am with my husband out grocery shopping, we buy a lot more than he does when he's out on his own. I don't know why. That's just how it is. Okay. It's just how it is. Just gonna give him some. I'm gonna give her some nail polish on. That's the last thing, and then I'm gonna end the stream. So to recap, I am back Sunday here on Twitch, and I'm starting out 3 p.m. and I'm having a stream from 3 to 4 in Danish. You're all welcome to join me at 3 p.m. I can't guarantee that if you can't speak English, speak Danish, that you will get what I'm saying, but you are always more than welcome to join me. And then you can just be lurking in the shadows, if it is. And then from 4 o'clock, around 4 o'clock, I will have a short break, and then we will go on with Twitch stream, a normal thing like today, for about 3 hours. So before we call it a day there. And I will be working on the Oraloa kit on the entire stream. I'm probably not gonna switch to this afterwards. I don't think so. We will see. Because I still need a lot of it with the face, so I need to get it, and the flowers will take, I think the flowers will take an hour or so, and the face will take an hour or so. This won't, the rest of the body won't, because it's kind of just straightforward. But there's a lot of details with the flowers, and there's a lot of details with the face, with the eyes and stuff like that. So that do tend to take a bit longer time. But I really like the result I get. She is turning more and more beautiful, and looks really amazing, I think. And I really like the fact that you can see a lot of progress going on, from stream to stream. So, and it's a bit easier with this size than with the big ones, because the big ones, not sometimes even I can't see the progress, even though I have been bent over the the cardboard all the time. But because it's such a big project, that sometimes you won't see it until things come a bit more together. So I'm just using baby wipes to clean my table from all the residue I am that naturally are coming from this cardboard when you scratch on it. And I can recommend I can recommend the baby wipes, because using I did use in the beginning, I used like a just a dry a pen, not a pencil but a brush thing, and just to brush it off. But it doesn't take it all, I think. So it just really good cleaning, and these are very good for my hands, so I'm not hurting my hands on the skin on my hands. So, but I thought I might take a picture, because if we're gonna rate Veranda, he's for sure gonna ask for what we did. So I might as well just take a picture of the things. Um, like that. Maybe I should just take. That's perfect. So, peeps, it's 11 past midnight, and it is. We have come to an end. It finally an end. No, as usual, I am so grateful for all of you who've been joining me here and saying hi and visiting me, and I love the support that you give to me when you're here, and makes just my stream so much more enjoyable and funny. And sometimes I also makes me think, and that's not a bad thing. I'm just saying it's not a bad thing. I'm just gonna do a couple of things before we go to his stream. Let's see. Over here. No, wait up. Like this. You're most welcome, and thanks for being here and supporting me as always, Stila. You and Ula are some of the ones that are helping me a tremendous a lot for just being here and help me. Rosa B is saying, she's very pretty here. I've been watching you do this and I'm fascinated with people who are left handed. You're so welcome. We're going to rate Rondo, and so thank you for all your support. I'm just gonna find it here. Hang on. There you go. And I am gonna do some things, move things around a bit and stuff like that. So I'm gonna do like, let's see. So I'm putting the ending scene on, and then I'm gonna do the raid, okay? And then we will see each other on Verondo stream, like that, and like that. There you go. Yeah, start raid. Raid.